Yeah, no, I mean, stick as good as 4. Yeah, that was 6. Oh, the audio's weak. It's just gonna have to be something.
Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, before we can finalize the movement of alternates into delegate positions, we need to give the credentials report. That was my mistake. So what I'd like to do now, while we're waiting on that, the chairman himself tells me it's another 3 or 4 minutes, is I'd like to bring up a speaker who can give me and her attention. We have a great honor today to have a young lady in the house with us, whose name is Reagan Kennedy. Reagan Kennedy. Now, I have a grandson named Lincoln. I thought that was pretty cool, but the name Reagan Kennedy. As most of you know, I am a constitutional conservative, and I think anytime we have a meeting like this, we have to visit the Constitution just a little bit. So if you can hear her out, please join me in welcoming Reagan Kennedy for a little bit of our U.S. Constitution Declaration of Independence.
Thank you for your house. And today I'll just read the Declaration of Independence. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume, among the powers of the earth, the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government comes to destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it. And to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles, and organizing its power in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect safety and happiness. Prudence, indeed, will dictate the government's long established should not be changed for bloody and transient causes. And accordingly, all experience has shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, invents a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government. And to provide new laws for the future security. Such has been a patient sufferance of these colonies, and such is now the necessity which constrains them to alter their former systems of government. The history of the present key of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object an establishment of an absolute tyranny over the states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a human world. Thank you so much. Let's take that for the house.
You know what? She didn't have any help on that. There's no teleprompter, no notes. She just did that. I believe the Lord said that I'm the only generation, rising generation will become our heroes. And there's some evidence of that in what we saw in Europe in What I'd like to do now is ask Senate President Bill Cadden and House Minority Leader Brian Del to address you before we get amended credentials. President Cadden. Just to spend a moment with you, I'd like my colleagues to make their way right here to GDP or liberty, loving, freedom fighters that serve you every day in the Colorado legislature. Please welcome them to the stage with me. You can give it up to them, it's okay. Welcome to Senate District 12, my Senate District, El Paso County. Tell them you're here. Is that El Paso County or is it El Paso County? Where is the rest of El Paso County? That's right. How many of you delegates are here? Raise your hands. Give it up for the new delegates. We're not just famous for grass in Colorado, we're famous for grassroots, and this is where we start. You know why you're here? Anybody know why you're here? Because this is where we kickstart this campaign to kick butt on the Democrats in the next election. Who was in Boulder? The last one. We started in Boulder. Guess what happened after that? We won. What happened after Boulder? Hey, it's going to take a while to get this right. What happened after Boulder? What happened in the AG's race? The Secretary of State's race? worth it. Why does it cost so much? Why are we going to walk and knock and talk on every door and every precinct and talk to every voter this year? And why are we going to make sure that Bill Littleton and Bernie Sanders, the only white granite federal buildings they ever visit, will be to pick up a prison suit or an unemployment check? Why? 16 years ago, I stood at this podium in El Paso County, and my county sent me to be a state rep. I am now finishing my term. It's been an honor to serve. 2 years ago, every one of your state senators made me your Republican president. I just want to thank you for electing them, and I want to thank them. Help me thank them for electing me to serve you. It is important that I hand over my gavel to one of these people. Do you agree? Which one was it? You feel lucky? The Democrats are complaining a little bit right now. So what?
Hang on, I'm searching.
They're complaining that their bills are going to state affairs. So what? These are the same people who want to tell us where to send our bills. These are the same people who got their own members recalled. We say thank you. Thank you. We'll give it up for that. We appreciate that. These are the same people that got 12 of our own counties to try to secede from the state. They tried to secede from the state in Colorado. These are the same Democrats that got 55 of our sheriffs to sue us over our policies. The Democrats did. And now they want to control where their bills go. Wow, a little song from the Eagles I'd like to share with them. It's called Get Over It. Come on, people, I'm standing here wrong. This is how they're going to act. I'm not PlayStation. Get into it. Are you excited about the next election? Can we have a little song from the Republicans that says, get used to it? You agree? Get used to it. Thank you, thank you, thank you for making us the Republican majority. Thank you, thank you, thank you for helping us keep the Republican majority. And thank you for your commitment to making sure. Raise your hand if you want your senator to hold this gavel next year as the president of the Colorado Senate. Welcome your Republican majority leader, Senator Mark Shelton of Douglas County, is going to introduce the next president of the Colorado Senate. Good morning, Colorado. It's an honor and privilege to serve on your behalf down on the state capitol, representing my good friends from Douglas County. Serve as the Senate Majority Leader down there in the majority of the Colorado State Senate. I serve on behalf of my constituents. I get to lead the band of brothers and sisters behind me. We are a great team together serving on your behalf. It's a team sport. Nobody does anything down there by themselves. These guys and gals are great. I'll let them introduce themselves. Next on the agenda is the next president of the Colorado State Senate, Kevin Grant. Thank you, sir. Senate, we need your help
president. That is a Republican president, take back the White House. Let's get that Senate seat in the U.S. Senate. Let's keep the state Senate. Let's take back the state House, folks. We can do it. Let's do it together. Let's make it happen. Thank you very much.
I'm going to miss Bill Cannon, but I'm going to have him back every once in a while just to entertain us. I think his next career is in comedy, don't you? Thank you to our state senate and all of you. Without you, we would be far more liberal. With you, we are going to be more conservative. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. While we're waiting on the amended credentials report, I'd like to bring up Holly Lawrence and our State House representatives.
Good morning, Colorado Republicans. Are you glad to be here? I'm Holly Lawrence. I represent Douglas and Teller counties, and I'm the assistant Republican leader in the House. And I want you to welcome some of the members of our caucus down there. As President Kevin just mentioned, we've seen what an impact it has to have a majority in the Senate. We picked up 3 seats last year to narrow that gap in the House. We need your help to make sure we pick up 2 more seats so that we have a majority in the state House in Colorado. Who's with me? We worked hard with the Senate last year. As President Kavanaugh said, we knocked on doors, we talked to voters, we communicated the conservative Colorado message, and we picked up the Senate. We're going to do that again. We're already out there working hard to make sure that we now keep the Senate in the safe Republican hands and put the House in Republican hands so that they can no longer shut down some of their terrible bills on the state of Colorado. As you can see from the lineup behind me, we have some of the best people from across the state working hard on your behalf when I'm here. And I would like to say that everybody has time to come up and introduce themselves, but I'm told this is a quick turnaround right now. But I ask each of you, work hard for each of the people who represent your districts. They are here serving you, and they spend 120 days, hard-fought days down at the Capitol every year, representing each of their districts, making sure that their conservative message is heard on every bill, making sure that we are standing up for the small businesses and the hardworking families living everywhere in Colorado, not just in the Boulder, Denver metro area. So we want to make sure that everyone in Colorado is represented well, and with this conservative group of Republicans working hard for you at the Capitol, we will continue to do that, but we need your help to make sure that we pick up
District 16, El Paso County.
District 20 from El Paso County.
Two more seats!
because you visit with your friends. Folks, this is another year that we can make a difference. And so, that's why I'm going to Ted Cruz for president. But whoever you're with, we're all going to be together after the Assembly Convention in Cleveland. Just like after the primary, we need to unite behind whoever our U.S. Senate nominee is. Thank you for all of your attention.
Richard Nelson, Chairman of the Credentials Committee, for the purpose of the amended credentials report. I'm sorry that was a very long 5 minutes. The initial credentials committee report that up to 3,948 delegates and equal number of alternates allocated to the respective counties in the 5 state party elected officials. There are 3,471 delegates present, 1,297 alternates present. The elevation of alternates to voting status shall occur shortly. Therefore, the total voting members of this assembly of delegates at this time will be increased, or at this time is 2,471. On behalf of the Credentials Committee, I'd like to make a motion to accept the amended credentials report. The adoption of the amended credentials report has been moved by the Chair of the Credentials Committee. This motion doesn't actually require a second. The question is on the adoption of the amended report of the Credentials Committee. A simple majority is required for the adoption of the report of the Credentials Committee, and only seat delegates may vote at this time. Voting delegates only, all in favor of adopting this report, say aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the amended Credentials Committee report is now adopted. The Credentials Committee is instructed at this time to close check and prepare such reports to admit elevation of alternates to delegates in the place of delegates who are absent or otherwise unable to participate in this assembly. County chairs are now instructed to collect their report from the teleroom at this time and begin the process of elevating alternates. We will recess for 10 minutes and then reconvene in the U.S. Senate race.
Please welcome back to the stage, Chairman Steve House.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Assembly convention shall come to order. Please take your seats. It's now time that we move on to the nomination of our candidates for the offices of the United States Senate. According to the rules adopted earlier today, the candidates for U.S. Senate shall be each allotted a total of 12 minutes for the purpose of nominating and accepting speeches. Nominations are now in order for the office of the United States Senate. The chair directs your attention to the screen and recognizes Senator Ted Cruz and Representative Patrick Neville for the purpose of addressing the Assembly and the nomination of Tim Neville for the office of the United States Senate.
Fellow Republicans, I'm State Senator Ted Cruz from here in El Paso County. I stand here today to nominate my friend and fellow State Senator Tim Neville as candidate to defeat Michael Bennett, become the next Republican senator from South Colorado. As a former Air Force colonel, experienced legislator, very conservative experienced legislator, I have first-hand knowledge of the character, determination, and the values that make a strong and successful leader. One of my most trusted colleagues in the state legislature, I know Tim Neville exemplifies all of those qualities. He's fought beside me for principled conservative legislation in Denver. And you can have total confidence that he will do the same in Washington, D.C. It's time to replace Michael Bennett with a man who is afraid to stand up and never compromise in defense of our Constitution and our liberties. Please join me in supporting a true constitutional conservative, a man who will defeat Michael Bennett in November and become our next Republican senator from Colorado. Join me in voting for Senator Tim Neville.
Hello, I'm State Representative Patrick Neville, and I am proud to second the nomination of my colleague, my mentor, and my father, Tim Neville. Growing up, my father was always fair and consistent and full of love. He taught my brother and I to love our country, which gave me the courage to serve as a captain in the United States Army. He has a proven conservative track record in Colorado, and he will have a proven conservative track record in Washington, D.C. It will make us here at home proud. As I stand on this stage today, I'm asking you to join me in voting for my father, Tim Neville. With your support, we will defeat Michael Bennett and send a senator here in Colorado, I've established a reputation for slowing down and stopping bad legislation. And my record shows, proves to you that I will do the same thing in Washington too. Now, like many of you, I moved to Colorado seeking opportunity. When I turned 21, I packed up the few belongings I owned, hopped into my 1961 Ford Galaxy 500, and headed west to Colorado, seeking my American dream. But after nearly 30 years in business, and owning a small independent insurance agency with my wife Laura, I looked at my 2 sons and my 5 grandchildren, and I knew that being successful in business wasn't enough. I knew that we needed to do more for future generations. So I became an activist. I got involved in the party and worked with grassroots organizations that to protect the principles and the values of our founders. And in 2011, I decided to make a commitment to my community. I ran for a vacant Republican seat in the Colorado Senate, and I won. But after establishing myself as a thorn in the side of Democrats, and frankly, many liberal Republicans, they went out of their way to gerrymander me into a leading Democratic district. All the plans in both parties said my political career was over, and a conservative like me couldn't win. But with the hard work and the help of great patriots like you, we proved those pundits wrong and won by more than 2,000 votes, giving Republicans a majority in the Colorado Senate for the first time in over a decade. Folks, I will bring that same determination and hard work to defeat this campaign and defeat Michael Bennett as I did the Senate campaign. You see, friends, we know we need change in Washington. When an organization like Planned Parenthood kills the unborn and sells their body parts for profit, and neither party can come together to end this evil, we face a crisis in leadership. As your next U.S. Senator, I will have to cut off all funding for abortion providers. And strongly support legislation like the Life at Conception Act. Folks, our borders still go unprotected and our immigration laws go unenforced. Regardless of what Barack Obama says, we need to secure our borders now. In sanctuary cities, we cut off all funding to illegal immigrants. And when it comes to our foreign policy, it's time to get back to Reagan's doctrine of peace through strength. It's time to quit cutting deals with radical dictatorships like Iran, and start following the Constitution our troops are fighting for. And make sure that Congress votes on the conditions of victory and identifies the conditions of victory before we send our loved ones into harm's way. Fellow Republicans, regulations have run rampant. The EPA's with proven war or unproven energy sources like oil, gas, and yes, coal. Continue to kill Colorado jobs and destroy entire communities. As your next senator, I will act to get rid of the EPA and other out-of-control federal regulators. Obamacare has been a disaster and needs to go. Second Amendment protects all our God-given rights, acting as a bulwark against tyranny. I've led the fight here in Colorado to pass constitutional carry, and I will be a leader and a champion for your rights, your Second Amendment rights in the U.S. Senate. As the next U.S. Senator, I will act to protect all your rights outlined in our Constitution. Fellow Republicans, I don't put my trust in big government. I put my trust in you. Because I know that you make the best decisions for yourself. I know that you make the best decisions for your family. And I know that you make the best decisions for your business. I put my faith in you. Because as I look out at this crowd, I see the young professionals, the farmers, the ranchers, the business owners, the energy workers, the retirees. I see the parents, the grandparents, and those young families getting started, who gathered all here today to restore freedom, liberty, and opportunity. Friends, now is the time to stand with me, and together we will defeat Michael Bennett and take back our great country. I'm Tim Neville, and I need your vote, and I will be your next great conservative senator. Thank you. God bless every one of you. God bless Colorado, and God bless the United States of America.
Charlie's former Air Force cadet, 21 year Master Sergeant, former Charlie's taking the other 4 times that whole defend the Constitution. Like a lot of us have. I took it 4 times myself. What Charlie did was what a lot of us let's let Charlie take another oath this time as a U.S. Senator to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. I nominate Charlie Eller for the U.S. Senate of Colorado. Thank you.
Over the years,
state fair. So 4,000 folks at the event, I think we talked to about 2,000. Twice we got told that walking on track. One to 10 guys out there passing out suckers was bad. However, during that time, we were a couple things about Charlie Free. You know, Charlie's got a phenomenal knowledge of the Constitution, his country, its workings, and about the intricacies of Congress and what it takes to actually be in Congress. Charlie has a number of solutions. Everybody has a lot of those. You've been implemented, maybe not. Charlie has a better accent than most of the candidates I've seen. That's his ability to communicate and communicate well. I've traveled with Charlie to Louisville with professors, down to Bennett County, for farmers, ranchers, then the small businessmen, Canyon City. The donor industry is needed in Congress, as you all well know. Somebody has to cross that broken line somewhere. Because of these two unique qualities, I am honored and privileged to second the nomination of Charlie Lane for the U.S. Senate. We thank you, Charlie, for allowing me to travel with you tonight.
Good morning, Colorado! Are you ready for election season yet? Well, it's about time. We got a man to get out of the Senate. I don't need to say who he is. And you know what, yesterday, I heard so many speeches over at the government. I'll tell you what, folks. We have to get our prosperity back. And as you know, our liberty and prosperity is linked. Every indication I look at, even though the federal government will not admit it, tells me that we are in a depression. And if you want a little bit of proof, go out into our rural counties and see how they're struggling. You know what I'm talking about, and I've been to see a lot of it. In order to fix this, we have to do something about the federal government. We have to balance the budget. It's absolutely imperative. There we go, I thought maybe I was a Republican form. Let me tell you, folks, $19 or $20 million in debt is ridiculous. We have to get it down. We have to get it soon. We cannot have any more deficit spending ever again. For that reason, I am in full support of a balanced budget amendment. Since the career politicians are the ones that put us in this spot, I'm also for term limits. Get rid of it! Take care of us! Now let's talk about the federal government. It's one fundamental road to prosperity. It begins with Obamacare. Who here thinks we need to get rid of Obamacare? It's gotta go. I know as the president, I'm suggesting what he can do with it. Some of you heard this joke, but it's still a good one. It's called a suppository. And if you don't like the medicine, I'll be happy to administer it. Next, we got the tax code. The tax code is so colossal it's stupid. I've read parts of it. It looks like it was written by monkeys with typewriters. I want to standardize it, streamline it, simplify it, get it down to something you can read. How's that sound to you? Thank goodness I thought people like to read that. And then we have the fourth branch of government. Do I have to really talk about the fourth branch of government? All right, I'm going to tell you. Let me tell you, folks, the federal regulatory agencies and under this administration have become predatory upon us. It's time to get them back under control. I want to reorganize them so they at least observe the Constitution. I want to deregulate them, and I want to slice their budgets. These are all irresponsible. I've been around the state, and I listen to all of you, the ones who want to talk to me about your problems. And you tell me all these things that the federal government has been doing to us. We have to get it under control, because these federal regulatory agencies now believe it's their job to control us. It's got to stop. Absolutely. If we don't do it, our republic is going to die. I guarantee it. What we're going to have to do is stop it. And since they believe in control, I can only say that control is an explanation of tyranny, and I will not have that. Bring it to an end and bring it to an end now. Next, I want to talk about free trade. Has anybody noticed what free trade has done to our manufacturing base? It's atrocious. It's part of the reason why the small counties are now struggling. They can't even get somebody to come in and build a factory or build a business that makes anything. And why is that? It's because we can't compete under free trade. I propose instead to go to fair trade. If we have a bad actor trying to outdo us and dump their jungle on us, then we will tear after their back. I'm sorry, I'm not really in this position. You know what, folks? If you may have noticed that my entire message is about the economy. And I'll tell you why it's about the economy. If we are not prosperous, we cannot pay for this federal government that takes Cadillac. Especially when we don't have enough money for a ego. Last year, they took in $3.2 trillion in tax, which was a new record, and still spent $450 billion on top of it. We do not have a revenue problem. They've already figured out how to get blood on the turnip. It's about a spending problem. We have to make it stop. We have to slash every budget in the federal government. We got to get it done. I don't want to see us go down the tubes, but if we do all these things, we can turn it around. We can get our prosperity back. We can get our government back. We can get our liberty back and even our country.
stage. And one other announcement, the last candidate nominated today will not be on your ballot. He came to us after ballots have been printed, but he is going to come today and be nominated to say like everybody else, and I think the open respect of any candidate, so I want you to consider his name Darryl Underwood. So when he's here at the end, you will not notice him on your ballot, please take that into consideration. Chair directs your attention to the screen for the purposes of the nomination of Jerry Natividad.
Good morning, Colorado. How are you this morning? Thank you for that warm introduction. I certainly appreciate this. My name is Jerry Natividad, and I stand before you a humble, determined man. I want to be your next United States Senator. There are many good and decent people seeking your support. Today, I want you to believe I'm the right person for the job, and I'd be honored to have your vote. Since I announced my candidacy for the United States Senate, what an amazing state that we live in. I've crisscrossed this state, and I have to tell you, it has been incredibly and phenomenal, and I've had the privilege of getting to know many of you. So many conversations, with so many wonderful people who love this great republic. And my goodness, did you ask questions? So many questions. Like, what does the name Natividad mean? If I had $1 every time I've been asked that question, I could actually buy Harry Reid a soul. One Donald Trump supporter thought Natividad meant make Christmas great again. Not quite, amigo. Not quite. Another person asked me what I like most about Barack Obama. That was an easy one, folks. Term limits. One person asked me if I thought Bernie Sanders was the Antichrist. I told him I'm quite certain that not even the Antichrist believed in a 90% marginal tax bracket on businesses. For us, I'm almost certain that the Antichrist will have better hair. I had one very sweet elderly woman tell me that she loved the fact that I built a business, but she wished I was a little taller. You know, I told her, I wish that too. But I do have powerful hands. And of course, the one question that all the reporters want to know, if Trump wins, will you vote for Trump or Hillary? Now, if you're a reporter in this room, I'm going to please ask you to cover your ears. You know, these reporters are so lame. They ask that question over and over again. Trump or Hillary? Hillary or Trump? You want to know my answer? Hillary or Trump? America deserves one heck of a lot better than Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. You know, if either one of these two are the answer, I don't want to know the question. However, I do want to make America great again. And because of that, I do not want Hillary, I do not want Trump. And you know, all of you will have a little something to say about that today and later this fall. My fellow conservatives, I hope you will. You know, over the last several weeks, I've also gained a deeper appreciation for the heartfelt patriotism that so many of you express, almost to a person Republican activists are hopelessly romantic in their love of this country. The jackbooted thugs of political correctness would have us believe that America is just another nation, just another people, just another story like all the others in a long book of human history. Those jackbooted thugs of political correctness can go kick rocks. There has never been a place like America. You are right to be hopelessly romantic in your affection of this great land. May God always bless the United States of America. But just as real, just as true, is the painful fact that there are deep troubling times in our our country. Our country is moving dramatically, rapidly in the wrong direction. As our challenges now, death, terror, division, our leaders dissemble, tremble, and divide. Today, I worry. The challenges have far exceeded anything we could have expected. And from our leaders, Obama, Pelosi, Reid, Boehner, Caucus, nothing, absolutely nothing. An ode to inaction, a chorus of bickering. It's a sad song. No leadership, no vision, no plan to move us forward. Complicit in it all is our own Senator Michael Bennet. You know, Michael Bennet is a symbol of what is wrong in Washington. He was born into one of those rich and powerful families that Bernie Sanders loves to hate so much. Michael Bennet is a living embodiment of a detached, bourgeois, liberal elitist who has never worked a day in his life. You know, ladies and gentlemen, my story couldn't be any different than his. Michael Bennet grew up thinking summer was a verb, while I spent my summers picking cantaloupe to help support my family. I grew up reading the Rocky Ford Daily Gazette, while Michael Bennett's brother now runs the New York Times editorial page. Michael Bennet was born on third base, and he thinks he hit a triple. I was born to a working family that had to scratch and claw for every inch of progress we achieved. I didn't go to Yale like Senator Bennet, but through this long and rewarding journey, I learned the truly important things that no Ivy League instructor could ever convey. It's a funny thing. Hard work and perseverance teaches you a lot. Over 30 years ago, my wife and I started a small janitorial service with a single mom, a vacuum cleaner, and an old young Dodge Caravan. That small business today, ladies and gentlemen, employs hundreds of people across the country. Hey, Mom? I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, they pulled the plug on. This America is incredible. This gentleman who's standing on the stage today is thankful for everything that the United States has given me. My number one mission is to ensure that the dreams that I was able to achieve, you, your kids, and your grandkids will be able to achieve. So as a non-politician, an individual that's never run for public office, a person that's not a banker, not a lawyer, not a career politician, I ask you for your vote today. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you.
Assembly and the nomination of Jerry Eller for the office of the United States Senate.
As a small business owner, native Colorado, lifetime Republican, I have the honor and privilege of nominating my lifelong friend, Republican and fellow scout, Jerry Eller for U.S. Senate.
Thank you for being here. So I'm going to ask to go in for him. My name is Jerry Bennett, former Vice Chairman of the Public County Republican Party and the United Steelworkers Union member. I'm here to second the nomination of my friend and veteran, Jerry Eller, with the energy and the time and the want to do the job the way you and I would like to see it done. I'd like to see him be given the privilege of exercising the responsibility of that office, and I'm asking you for your support and your vote for Jerry Eller, my friend. Thank you.
Chair, fellow delegates, this is going to cost me the nomination, and I know I have a poor forte for timing, but Senator Michael Bennett and I have a lot in common. I've never read the Affordable Care Act either. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, my campaign staff. I had the best campaign manager, Senator Cruz, John Allen, and Richard Gutshaw. I would not be here if it wasn't for those two awesome, incredible men who sacrificed and gave up a lot for us, for all of us. So, I'm the only disabled veteran in this race. So, a lot of people learn about my experience and qualifications. I had 25 years in the Veterans Administration, and it's not been as a politician, it's been as a patient. So, I know more about what's going on in the Veterans Administration than anyone in this race. What was that? I didn't hear it. Awesome, cool. Honor and privilege. That's another reason why I'm running. I'm not done serving. So if I can swear my life to defend the Constitution, it's pretty easy to represent it. So I'm going to I'm the only candidate that's talking specifics and ideas. So I'm the only one that has an idea. I call it the Internet Reform and Child Protection Act. And what's that going to do is it's going to secure our internet. It's going to protect children and families that have problems with the internet. And it's going to protect our businesses and our commerce. I'm the only candidate that's talking about National Disaster and Terror Act. I have a National Disaster and Terror Act that's going to do protect us from floods, fires, droughts, and terrorists. So we're going to build dams, we're going to build pipelines, we're going to build refineries, we're going to stimulate the economy, and we're going to secure our neighborhoods, and we're going to make our first responders safe, and we're going to support our law enforcement, the National Disaster and Terror Act. I'm knowing what the Government Reduction Act, Department of Education is gone, Department of Energy is gone, Department of Commerce and Labor is gone. And that will hopefully reduce the spending and hopefully eventually reduce the debt. Or deficit, excuse me. And I'm also the only one talking about marijuana. That's another number one reason why I'm in this race. I live in Pueblo West, and we got a marijuana problem. A lot of communities in this state handle it like Grand Junction has done an excellent job in sequestering it. But Denver and Colorado Springs are out of control. And I have the federal educating children that marijuana is good for them and makes them a better person. To get rid of this all-funding fake economy that's going to destroy and ruin my state. This is my state, folks. So put it all you want. I'm tired of being patronized and pandered to. I'm tired of being neglected and ignored. And I'm tired of being taken for granted. As a disabled veteran, as a Republican, as a Coloradoan, as an American voter. I wear this proudly. I don't know about all the other candidates that are trying to get on the ballot. I know it's like $15 an hour in California and New York to get on the ballot. But it costs me $65 to get on the ballot. So. I've been with the meetings. I've listened and heard you guys. I've been with you. I'm not a politician, I'm a lawyer either. Like you, I cannot do a lot about immigration. I can't do a lot about tax reform. I can't do a lot about economic stimulation. I can't repeal Obamacare. And that's why my campaign stops today. My campaign is stopping marijuana. It's our campaign. Our campaign starts today. We can stop illegal immigration. We can repeal and replace Obamacare. We can win the war on women, drugs, and yes, we can win the war on terror and eliminate radical Islamic terrorists. When you cast your vote today, you're not voting for Jerry Eller, you're voting for you and us. You're voting for the man on your left and the woman on your right, because women are always right. We're going to be on the ballot in June. We're going to be on the ballot in November, all of us. And in January, we're going to Washington, D.C., and we will be the most influential, most effective, and most powerful senator in the United States Senate. In closing, I always forget who said it. Reagan or Lincoln, I always forget. You know it well, you know it well very well. Ask not what the Republican Party can do for you, but ask what you can do for the Republican Party. God bless you, and God bless the United States Constitution.
Jerry Eller is nominated for the U.S. Senate. The chair directs your attention to the screen and recognizes Celeste Dimash and Bill Tolbert for the purpose of addressing the Assembly and the nomination of Peg Littleton for the office of the United States Senate.
Mrs. Littleton taught me not to take other people's stuff. I admit, I wish politicians would this lesson.
In 2010, Senator Michael Bennett said about Washington, it's time to give him a wake-up call. Instead, Bennett called right in bed with that. Michael Bennett has been Obama's yes man, supporting his radical agenda a whopping 98% of the time. I can assure you, regardless of who's in the White House or controls Congress, I'm not going to be anyone's yes man. The truth is, it's time to wake up Washington with fearless conservative principles, and that's why I'm running for U.S. Senate. For the sake of my future and my generation, it's time to shake up Washington. I am Peg Littleton, and I've been shaking things up all my life. While Senator Bennett was learning the secret handshake of the good old boys in Washington, I was fighting corruption and out-of-control government as the El Paso County Commissioner. I was the first leader to call for the resignation of a Republican sheriff who broke the public's trust and embarrassed our party. While Senator Bennett was getting praised in Washington, I fought to preserve terminals despite the opposition of the political class. While Senator Bennett gave the federal government more control over our children's education, I was your voice on the Colorado State Board of Education, leading the fight against common core. I think it's time to teach Washington a lesson, and that's why I ran for U.S. Senate. As a mom and a grandmother and a former charter school teacher, I want to turn education decisions back to the parents and teachers and local school boards where they belong. Let's teach Washington a lesson! But this election is about more than any one candidate or issue. It's about fixing a broken system that regularly fails us, whether eliminating our massive debt, securing our borders, or defeating Islamic terrorists and destroying ISIS. Michael Bennett has been asleep at the wheel. Unless we replace him with someone having the usual handpicked establishment favorites, we can expect more of the same. Clearly, if you want to know the Washington good old boy, I am not your gal. But if you believe, like I do, that America is a great nation and our best days are still ahead of us, I ask for your prayers and your vote. I'm Peg Littleton, and I approve this message, because together we can wake up Washington.
I believe in America, and Peg Littleton does too.
I stand today to act as a second witness for the nomination of Peg Littleton to early retire Michael Bennett and become the next U.S. Senator from the state of Colorado. Peg and I have served on the statutory Colorado Homeland Security Senior Advisory Committee, where she was a co-author of the All-Hazards Strategic Framework for Colorado, leading the way for us to become more resilient to all threats, including domestic and international terrorist threats. Peg knows and respects the military, the law enforcement community, and our emergency response community. She consistently has the courage to stand up when others won't, and to lead the charge for public safety and for community resilience. I'm one of many independent voters who will vote for Peg because I know she cares about each and every one of us, all across the state. She will respect the will of the people of Colorado, and she will serve with courage and return with honor. Thank you.
our education system and to also protect the unborn children and babies. I know that my mom has a voice for the people. It's a passion, but it goes beyond a passion. It's a name. It's who she is, and I know that she'll continue to use this voice for all of you and for us. I second the nomination for my mother, Peg Littleton.
Good morning, Colorado Republicans. I'm Deborah Sheffield, and I appreciate the opportunity to also the second nomination for Peg Littleton to the U.S. Senate. Peggy is a champion for local control, which means turning back Common Core, for school choice, and for great teachers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm David Kelly. I lead Liberty First, which is a Liberty group here in El Paso County and services the whole state of Colorado. Peggy's been a member of the organization for a long time. She believes in liberty, freedom, and justice like I do. If you believe in that, please vote for her as second in the nomination.
Good morning, I'm former State Senator Bernie Urban. As a founding member of the Pine Street Farm Coalition, the right to keep bear arms is very important to me. Let us pray an honor to second the nomination of Peg Littleton for U.S. Senate, as I know that she will continue her fight for our rights in Congress. Please join me in supporting Peg Littleton for U.S. Senate. It is now my honor to introduce our next United States Senator from Colorado, Peg Littleton.
But I'm not here to make you laugh about jokes about Clinton, and I'm not
run off script, and I have to run off script right now. I'm going to be aware of a few things. Up until this point in time, candidates have stood up and been nominated and have their supporters behind them. For the candidates from this moment forward, we are no longer going to do that. Unfortunately, we suffer a medical emergency. Some of you may be aware of, some of you may not be. But do not judge candidates that have yet to speak based on the lack of supporters on stage with them. It has nothing to do with them not having support. It has everything to do with us complying with the wills and wishes of law enforcement and the community that manages this facility. We did have somebody, unfortunately, a little bit too close to the back of the stage in the tunnel. And I don't know how serious it is. I can't tell you if this is first, it's pretty painful, but I know we did have to take some medical steps to get that taken care of. But I also know that the Republican Party fabulously is populated by men and women of faith, and it is not populated by men and women of faith. It is populated by men and women who do not take offense at the fact that it is populated by other people who are of faith.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask just to reach out to whoever is close to you, biblical references that when they were touching and agreeing, the Spirit of God moved mightily. Father God, we come forward in the name of Jesus. Once again, we come thanking God on the promises of the Word. You know the situation and the incident, God, that occurred. And so now we are praying for healing, God, in this individual who failed. We thank you, God, for singing lines up, vessel lines up, God. Thank you for the doctors and the nurses and the technicians that will care for you even right now, God. In the name of Jesus, stand with the drivers of the medical equipment, God, as they transport them to the hospital. So we will believe in you as the divine physician. And so healing shall come forward in the name of Jesus. Bless all of those, God, who have helped in Father, we love you and we thank you for healing right now in the time of the need. And in the mighty name of Jesus, the blood covering of the Lamb. Thank you and count it done. Amen.
Test 1, 2.
I'm Darryl. People are often asking, why do you want to run for the United States Senate? We've had 7 years of total change, and the only thing we have left is change in our lives. It's time to fight for our freedom and liberty. Together we must rise out of the ashes and restore what America is, our greatness. And let's stop apologizing for American injustice. Now's the time we need to invest in the United States. Make sure our men and women are properly trained and equipped and ready to fight. I am the one that can do that job.
With Darryl Glenn's leadership, prompt action was taken to form a plan and a committee to assist in the recovery weekly community meetings to listen to the concerns of the community and provide them with the answers they need. Because of this efforts, 33 agencies assisted the Black Forest community within 24 hours and helped more than 1,800 residents with service visits, water tests, and tetanus boosters.
Now we're leading another fight, and it's a fight with regard to refugees that are coming into this community. In particular, the Syrian refugees. We have a governor and we have Michael Bennett that want to open up the state of Colorado to allow all refugees to come in. And I'm here to tell you we are a very loving and compassionate community. But we have a responsibility to make sure that people that come here that want to receive taxpayer-funded assistance, that they do so, and we know for a fact they are a threat to our community. When we are assured of that, we will welcome them to the world. I'm committed to working with each and every one of you to restore your American dream. A dream that's not based on government. A dream that's based on you being empowered to live your American dream without any government interference.
Good afternoon, fellow Republicans. I'm Darryl, I'm the sheriff of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. It is my honor and my privilege to nominate my friend Darryl as candidate for the United States Senate. Darryl is a graduate of Northern High School here in Colorado Springs and the United States Air Force Academy. He holds a master's degree in business administration and a Juris Doctor. He has served for 13 years as the Colorado Springs City Council and El Paso County Commission. Darryl Glenn is a retired lieutenant colonel in the United States Air Force with 21 years in service. I can list a host of professional and personal affiliations and accomplishments. Like my favorite, Darryl is a three-time collegiate national powerlifting champion. What kind of commitment would that take? Will we be here all day? He wants me to leave time for him to speak. Darryl is my friend, like I said. He's my Christian brother. He's a true friend of law enforcement. And I hope you will join me today in supporting Darryl Glenn and voting for him as our next United States Senator. Thank you.
I tell you one thing I'm going to thank. This is my staff, my team, this is my family. But first, I want to make sure I thank my mom. She doesn't know I'm going to do this. I want to thank her for giving me life. I am proud to be here telling you that I am going to be a strong defender of the rights of the unborn. And I want you to listen up. If there's any taxpayer funding going to, now listen up, Planned Parenthood. Any taxpayer funding going to the dismemberment of our babies, I will vote to defund you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Darryl Glenn, and I am an unapologetic Christian, constitutional, conservative, pro-life, Second Amendment loving American that will be Michael Bennett. There's more. Ladies and gentlemen, there is evil in this world. But if you believe like I believe, we can handle it. You need to understand that there is radical Islamic terrorists out there, and we have an administration that has failed to identify the enemy. America needs to step up and lead for once.
We need to take back the charge, and we need to make sure we clearly identify anything. And how we're going to do that, we're going to rebuild our military. And we need to make sure that our men and women are given the necessary tools and training and equipment to do their jobs, remove those rules of engagement, and allow them to win. We need to make sure that we take care of our men and women at home and abroad. What's happening with the VA is absolutely unconscionable, and that needs to end today. Ladies and gentlemen, as your next United States Senator, the first thing I'm going to do is want to call for a vote to repeal the Iran nuclear deal. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I want to put together a coalition that sends a very clear and decisive message that if you threaten any of our friends, especially Israel, we will unleash the power of the greatest fighting force on the face of the earth. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a battle at home and within our neighborhoods. We need to secure our borders. Border and port security is not a partisan issue, it's an American issue, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't know what people are understanding about illegal. We need to make sure that we terminate those things that are encouraging people to violate the rule of law. And I ask the next United States Senator, I will vote to defund sanctuary cities. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a battle within our own neighborhoods, and I'm tired of our president picking sides. I love law enforcement, but we need to understand as we have these policy debates, it is not about black America, white America, or brown America, it's about the United States of America. The news is picking this up. All lives matter. If we're going to be able to do this, we must do things from an economic standpoint. We must balance our budget. We can no longer spend more money than we can bring in. Trust me, my kids know I know how to say no. We must deal with entitlement reform because what's happening right now is we're creating a system where people are bound down to government instead of to God. And they're slaves to that system. I bet you can guess. I'm not a fan of slavery, ladies and gentlemen. We need to be very serious about tax reform. What's happening right now is a wealth redistribution system. Everybody must have a skin in the game, and we need corporate and personal property tax reform as right now. We need to make sure that we're giving more of your money back to you so that you can invest it in the economy. We also want to make sure that we roll back into all these regulators. I tell you, whether it's Obamacare, you name it, every type of care we have. I think there's a care czar out there. We want to repeal it all. Why is it again? Let's just take a list. While we start getting that, whether it's this administration or previous administration, we need a clean house. We need to get the foot on the back of the American workers right now. Oh, we have a battle ahead of us. We know what's on the other side, and you know what's coming. We've got the Democrats out there. We've got Michael Bennet, and he has some colleagues that are out there that want to be in charge. We got Santa Claus out there promising everything. And guess what? We've got As a commissioner, I absolutely love funding things like jumpsuits. So we need to invite Hillary Clinton and her merry band of co-conspirators to come down here. We got a whole bunch of jumpsuits. Sheriff Bill, you need some help? We got some work release programs that we need. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to work with you. There's a battle. We need to battle that state of unbelief. And the one thing I am absolutely tired of hearing is the Republicans reaching across the aisle. We need to step up and lead, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to really understand, go home and believe. God bless each and every one of you. God bless this great state of Colorado. God bless the United States of America.
in Washington, D.C. I am the only candidate here that has actually sat behind closed doors in the United States Senate hearings with four-star generals, directors of the intelligence agencies, and other departments. The senator I worked for was, at the time, the chairman of the government oversight. And I worked hard for him as the United States Senate staff. You see, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I am the oldest out of 6 children. My mother was a single parent. She had 2 sets of twins, and I'm a twin myself. I have a twin sister, and you guessed her name is Errol. So you know, as my mother is a single parent, we had to be physically conservative. We had to learn how to work for everything that we need to attain in life. I am also a businessman. I moved my company from Atlanta, Georgia, to the great state of Colorado. My company is called My24HourNews.com, and we are located in Denver. But I live in Balloting. And it's such a beautiful, beautiful state. I got off the plane. I looked at the mountains and see the silhouettes. And I said, my God, this is where I need to be. And that was 4 years ago. Let me tell you something where I stand. And I'm going to get this out of the way. Yes, I love the Second Amendment. I really love it. In fact, let me tell you something. I go to bed with it every night and I wake up with it every morning. So they're not going to take our guns away if you elect me as the United States Senate. Let me articulate something to you about common core. See, this is more about the government telling us how to educate our children in our each individual communities. Every community is a piece of the individual fabric of the United States of America. And what disturbs me about Common Core is telling us how to be uniform and how to educate every single child in a one-size-fits-all. You know what? If you elect me as your next United States Senator, if I could, I'd drop a nuclear bomb on Common Core. I could. Now, press. The press was saying, Eric wants to drop a nuclear bomb. You know how this little press is for. Let me tell you this. I support our teachers, and I support the unions. It's the unions that have made our education system a total wreck, and we got to take it back. Our military, I love it. There would not be a better friend in the United States Senate than me. I will take care of you when you go into battle, and I will take care of you when you come home. I will take care of you. These are our real heroes who fight and defend our country every day. And they deserve a lot more respect than to wait in long lines at the VA and medical treatment. We have a lot of homeless vets out there. There shouldn't be a U.S. hero that served homeless in this country. And let me tell you what I plan to do about ISIS. ISIS is a big threat to our nation. What I plan to do, what no other candidate is talking about, is I want to mandate the United States military to hire hackers and take down their systems overseas so they don't run their sons and daughters over here. Let's take it down. We also got to build up our military. That's how we stay safe. Our military is falling apart. Thanks to our president. We need new parts on those tanks. We need new equipment because we need our United States military to be equipped for the 21st century fight against ISIS. I would not let another generation fight terrorism the way we are. I give you my word. We will fight ISIS and want to be a part of that process. See, I'm going to the Senate to lead, not for teaching. That's right. I don't need any naps. I need to work for you when I get to the United States Senate. And let me tell you this. I need your vote. And I'll tell you why. Our conservative voices in the United States Senate are disappearing. I am going to be the lion in the United States Senate for our conservative values. I will. We need a lion in the United States Senate that will fight for us, that will fight for our values. And lastly, let me just say this. I'm a write-in candidate. And I need you to really consider writing me on that ballot. See, what you do is you skip down all the names and you just write my name in Underwood. That's how that happens. So we have some fine candidates here. We need someone that's ready to lead on day one. I have relationships that I've built over time in the United States Senate. Johnny Isaac from Georgia, Susan Collins from Maine, Orrin Hatch from Utah. I know these people. I plan to get on the Senate Intelligence Committee when I get to the United States Senate and the Armed Services Committee. Because I want to make sure that our nation is strong and ready for any threat, present threat and future threat. So, let me just tell you this. If you elect the United States Senate, you are electing a fresh leader with a fresh start with experience. So please consider that when you vote for a candidate in the United States Senate. Thank you, and God bless America, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Eric Underwood is nominated. Ladies and gentlemen, I have good news for you. Especially good news for you if you are in support of Ted Cruz for this Are there any further nominations for the office of the United States Senate on this floor? Seeing as how there are none, nominations are closed. As there have been 8 candidates nominated for office and without objection, the duly produced delegates shall be instructed to vote by secret ballot to designate a Republican candidate or candidates to the June 28, 2016 primary election ballots on ballots distributed by the Telecommittee and county chairs at a later point in our proceedings. We have joining us now the longest serving Republican elected official in the state of Colorado, your treasurer, Walker Stapleton.
Thank you very much, Chair. Colorado Republicans, are we ready to take this country back?
I brought a
And finally, I'm standing vigilant against our bankrupt public pension system, whose debt continues to grow each and every day that I've been the treasurer of Colorado, because I refuse to have it burden your kids and your grandkids and their kids, and left unchecked will do just that, and will bankrupt our school systems, cities, and towns all across our state, and we have to stop that. We must stop it. I want to thank each and every one of you for spending your Saturday here. What you do for our party is incredibly important. As the treasurer of the state, I would be remiss if I didn't say, please support our state party. There's going to be buckets soon to be passed around. Make it rain here. Whatever you got, $5, $1. We need to fight together to take this country back. Thank you for everything you do, and God bless each and every one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Walker. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been outraised in this state by the Democrat Party to the tune of 85% in small donations. Donations of $5, $10. Donations of under $100. That is a significant handicap for Colorado Republic. But right here in this room, with 6,000 to 7,000 people, if everybody chips in the loose change in your pocket, the small bills sit in your bill roll, how many know that adds up? So right now, we're going to do an informal fundraiser. There's a couple of buckets that are going to be rolling around the room, coming up and down the aisles, coming by you sooner or later. If you've got 3 or 4 quarters that you didn't have a plan for, heaven knows you can't find any of those anyway. Toss them in that bucket, support your party, support your candidates. We're doing amazing work on a very shoestring bucket story of my life. And with a little bit from everybody, we can get God out of the rock for me to one. Does that make sense? Do you understand that? Okay. We're running a couple minutes behind. We're waiting on some very critical things to happen. We know we're moving important people around. It takes time. So let me tell you, the Republican Party has been dedicated to me. You're going to get to hear my remarks later today. You're going to hear something that you haven't heard and see some things you've never seen before in any Republican convention. A lot of you know my story. I'm not going to give you the whole thing, but to make it short and sweet, I was born in Underwood, Chicago. Morgan Park, Illinois. Mean streets. And my parents got me out there, thank God. And I was looking through some of my mom's stuff the other day, and I found my old kindergarten class picture. Bunch of little kids, bunch of little black-faced kids, all not white kids in the picture. Not that that's a bad thing, that's the environment for you, that's where I was born. And I thought to myself, I wonder what happened if I could look up every single one of these kids, where they are today. How many of you can name a part of this country that has been run and dominated by liberal Democrats for the last 40 years that has lower than national average unemployment rates, lower than national average taxation rates, lower than national average violent crime rates? Who can name one? Tough to come up. They're tough to come up. The Republican way is not the wrong way. The Republican way is colorblind. Freedom, liberty, individual civic freedom, that works for everyone, regardless of income. Hey, I got a few minutes to kill. I want to tell you a story. I'll tell you a little joke, a little story. Some of you have heard this. I've been telling you the last couple of weeks around the state. If you haven't heard it already, sit there and nod and laugh at the punchline like you're hearing it for the first time. The Denver Broncos brought home the gold a couple months ago. After the Bronco game, there was another football game that was played that you might have heard of. It was the Big Animals against the Little Animals. So the Big Animals, lions, tigers, bears, elephants, against the little animals, rabbits, butterflies, field mice, football game. Well, at halftime, somebody hard. Drops him right in his tracks on the 10-yard line, first and 10. The big end was going out, they decided we're going to run the power ride. They decided we're going to give the one of the fullback to the rhinoceros. And he's big, he's strong, they can't stop him. They give the ball to the rhinoceros. He hits the hole, the centipede leads him in the hole, blows him up. Centipede knocks, breaks his horn, drops him right in his tracks. Second down. We're going to run a sweep. We're going to pitch the ball to the horse, send him around the end. They can't stop the horse, a bunch of rabbits. Pitch to the horse. The horse comes around the end, he gets eaten in the line of scrimmage. Here comes the centipede. Boom! They cart that horse off on a stretcher. Third and 10. We got to run a pass play. Got to get 10 yards. We're going to throw it over the top to the giraffe. He's 22 feet tall. A field mouse cannot stop a giraffe. They throw the pass over the top. The giraffe is just about to catch it. Here comes the centipede. Boom! Breaks 3 of his legs. Dislocates his neck. The giraffe is done for the day. Fourth down. Offensive defense in the field. Special teams come on. The centipede's sitting on the bench. Coach comes over and says, wow, that was amazing. I've never seen anything like it. Centipede says, thanks, Coach. Coach says, look, where were you in the first half? Centipede says, Coach, I was taping my ankles. Brothers and sisters, we have about 8 months until the general election. The next 4 is our first half. We cannot afford to be caught in the locker room taping our ankles. We have work to do now to assure victory in the winning. Now is when the ground game starts to assure the victory later. Let's not get caught with our shirts down. Please welcome back to the podium your chairman, Steve House.
Thank you. At this point in time, we're going to take 1 or 2 more speakers. There's a celebrity in the building, and he'll be coming after shortly. So we're going to take another speaker or 2 until he gets on the stage. And right now, I can't think of anybody better to put on stage than our Attorney General. She's doing a phenomenal job. She's fighting and fighting and fighting what's right for us. And I'm really, really glad she represents us as our Attorney General. Ladies and gentlemen, Cynthia Kaufman.
Well, good afternoon. At State Assembly 2 years ago,
to manipulate our nation's energy grid. So what do we do in response to this federal overreach? You're right, we sued them. We sued them. And this time we had to go all the way to the United States Supreme Court to stop the Obama administration. By a 5-4 vote just days before the death of Justice Antonin Scalia, the Supreme Court of the United States stayed implementation of the Clean Power Plan. Until the legal battle between the states and the federal government is over, and that will be a while. Hopefully, we will have a new constitutional conservative justice on the Supreme Court by then. So what do these three cases have in common? Besides the obvious unlawful federal overreach, the states are winning. States' rights and the 10th Amendment have triumphed 3 out of 3 times. Now, I have to tell you that I did not expect that my successes protecting Colorado's rights from the federal government would get me sued. By our governor, no less. Who said that only he can sue the federal government on behalf of our state, not the Attorney General. I didn't expect the public fight with the governor, but I was ready. I argued to our Colorado Supreme Court that the very reason the Attorney General is an independently elected constitutional officer is so that I can sue on behalf of the people, not just on behalf of the governor of the U.S. I'd like to tell you that I won that case, but really, it was you all who won that case. This was a victory for our state constitution, and I was very proud to defend it and to defend you. So today my question for you all is this. Will I be standing here again in 2 years telling you about more lawsuits and a continued need to fight against the federal use of power? I'll make a bold prediction in front of thousands of witnesses. If we allow a Democrat to be elected president, it will be Groundhog Day when we assemble like this again. The assault on state sovereignty will be the normal course of business in the White House. But if we work together and we make a Republican our president, this state attorney general will be able to focus all of her energy on protecting the public's safety and consumer rights in Colorado's water, and I would really like that. God bless you all. Thank you for the privilege of being your 38th Attorney General.
At this time, I'd like to bring up Jordan from the Colorado Young Republicans. Jordan.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen, fellow conservatives, Republicans. I'm so happy you're here today. And I'm joined here with fellow young Republicans from Colorado. Our mission is to educate, empower, and move forward this great nation of ours. And, a couple of things I want to get out to. We do have a website. It's www.cyrrs.com. And we also have a table outside, so please come speak to us. Our mission is to integrate the entire
You know, we have elected officials in districts 3, 4, 5, and 6. We don't have any in 1, 2, and 7. I'd like to introduce you to our candidate in Congressional District 7, George Antisopoulos, for a couple of minutes.
My name is George Antisopoulos. I am running in the 7th Congressional District, and I'm telling you, this year we are going to beat Ed Cruz. Now, I'm going to tell you a little story real quick. This right here on my lapel is the Order of St. Marie, patron saint of infantry. My background was as an infantry officer in the United States Army. Now, there's one thing that you learn when you're in the infantry. It is that you fight or you die. Now that sounds dramatic, but let me tell you, if we do not fight Colorado this year, we are going to lose. Colorado is the decisive state in this election cycle. It is the state that will send a Republican presidential nominee from 266 electoral votes to 275. You out there will make the decision on whether or not Colorado turns red, and if Colorado turns red, we will determine if we have a Republican president of the United States. Now, as I said, I am running in the 7th Congressional District. That is Jefferson and Adams counties. The road to the White House, though, it starts, and believe me, every one of these guys who know the numbers will tell you, it starts in Senate District 19, it moves to the 7th Congressional District, it goes to the state, and then that road leads to the White House. And I promise you, if Senator Laura Woods does not win, I am not going to win. If I'm not going to win, Heidi Pinal is not going to become the seat regent. If we don't all win, our senator, who I have a preference, is not going to be Michael Bennet. And if we do not win in Colorado again, we will not capture the White House. So when you think about who you want to support, those races matter, not just because of the White House, because if Laura loses, we lose control of the Senate. If Heidi loses, then we have a Tom Steyer flunky in charge of the academic excellence of my alma mater and our flagship university in the state. We cannot accept this. So what I am asking you to do is go out, find a candidate at any level of government, find them and fight for them. Fight for them. Fight for Laura. Fight for Heidi. Fight for it doesn't matter who your candidate is, but again, the entire nation is looking at Colorado. The entire nation is looking at Colorado. We may very well pick a president here in a few minutes, there should be a presidential nominee, but make no mistake, we will pick the next president of the United States. Thank you so much. George Antisopoulos, 7th Congressional District.
Who represents NATO, to give us a couple minutes on what that organization is doing as an official affiliate of the Republican Party.
My fellow Republicans, my fellow Americans, I am Josh Kasich of the National Asian Indian Republican Association. I claim to fame today, I'm the only Indian Republican in this room. Naira has been around for 16 years in the state of Colorado. Just a short history. I came to the country you allow the government to take one right, and I come from a country where it's happened. They will take the second right, they'll come after me as an immigrant and say your rights are gone, they'll come after me and say your rights are gone. If we don't let them touch the Second Amendment rights, they cannot come for anything else. My other message to all my Republican friends, let me tell you something about the Kool-Aid that's being passed around to the younger generation. This thing about socialism. I'm sure there are some people out there who originally here, first generation, and they've come from socialist countries. Well, allow me to tell you from where I come, so I can exactly give you a standard real-life example. In 1964, the government of India decided to wake up one morning and said, all your banks will nationalize. Airlines were mine, railroads were already mine, and the rest of you who were Slavs, I'm going to tell you what you need for healthcare, which was not, and still isn't. I'm going to tell you how much you're going to make in wages. It was the one step towards communism, and I'll tell you what, folks, the only person who beat and defeated that was the free market system they said down below on hectare. They invested their money all across the world, robbing dividends, came back, created their own banks, and even though we have nationalized banks in India, I'm not speaking against India or any particular country, I'm speaking against socialism. I want the young people to know there is nothing free in this world. Nothing. First of all, freedom isn't free. You have to fight for it, like our Second Amendment rights. All those who are freedom fight. That's what I've been doing here for God bless you all. God bless America. God bless us Republicans. Everybody go out and vote. You stay home, we lose, they win.
Nasha and I went to a Buddhist temple last Sunday and had a chance to speak to the Vietnamese people who go to this temple. And I got to tell you, Nasha puts me into a lot of unusual situations, but to this day, almost a week later, I still have no idea what we ate for lunch. But I trust him. So, next up, I'm going to introduce Karen from the Jewish Republicans to speak to us this afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Kelly, and I'm delighted to be the designated Jewish Republican for the state of Colorado. That's not really true. We used to be in the closet, but we're out of the closet now. If I had a nickel
Senator Ted Cruz. Some of you may remember, 4 years ago, I had stage 4 cancer. And I survived that, and I have to tell you something. Ted Cruz came to speak at the Western Conservative Summit, and he spoke, and he saw me in the crowd, and he came down after he spoke. And he came over to me, and he said, "Let's say a prayer." And we did it. Just before that, Senator Cruz's chief of staff, Chip, also had the same kind of cancer that I had, and he talked to me about times that he spent praying with Senator Cruz during his battle with cancer. And Senator Cruz's dad has been in Colorado dozens of times to preach here, and I have heard him, and I know that he lit a fire in Senator Cruz's heart for the Lord. Now, why is that important? Why is Senator Cruz's faith important to your decision today? Let me tell you, the government did not give us our right to free speech. The government did not give us our right to bear arms. The government did not give us our right to practice our religion without government restraint. Those are inalienable rights. Those are given to us by our Creator. He has fought consistently to uphold our values. For Senator Cruz, the Constitution is his compass, the Bible his anchor, and conservative principles his North Star. Please welcome the next President of the United States, Senator Ted Cruz.
God bless the great state of Colorado. What a blessing to be with so many incredible lovers of liberty, so many freedom fighters. What a blessing to be with my good friend, our Colorado State Chairman, Congressman Ken Buck. I'm so grateful to be with you today. You know, you can learn a lot about the history of the world by looking at its roots. You look at the roots of the word politics. There are two parts. Poly, meaning many, and ticks, meaning blood-sucking parasites. And that is a fairly accurate description of Washington, D.C. But we're here today for something a lot more important than politics. We're here today because our country is in crisis. Because we're bankrupting our kids and grandkids. Because our constitutional rights are under assault, and because America has receded from leadership in the world. And yet I'm here today with a word of hope and encouragement all across Colorado, all this next election is going to focus on three critical issues: jobs, freedom, and security. Let's start with jobs. I want to take a minute and talk to all the single moms who are working 2 and 3 part-time jobs, who've seen your hours forcibly reduced to 28, 29 hours a week because Obamacare kicks in at 30. I want to talk to all the truck drivers, all the plumbers and electricians, all the machinists and steel workers and union members, the men and women with calluses on their hands, who've seen wages stagnating year after year after year. Cost of living keeps going up, and yet somehow your paycheck doesn't seem to keep pace. I want to talk to all the young people coming out of school. You got student loans up to your eyeballs, and you're scared you're going to get a job. What does the future hold? And the media tries to tell us this is the new normal. This is as good as it gets. Well, let me tell you, that is an utter lie. You know, it's easy to talk about making America great again. You can even print that out of baseball. But the real question is, do you understand the principles and values that made America great in the first place? The heart of our economy is in Washington, D.C. The heart of our economy is small businesses all across the United States of America. And if you want to see the economy take off, you lift the boot of the federal government off the back of the necks of small businesses. If I'm elected president, we will repeal every word of Obama. We'll pass common sense health care reform that makes health insurance personal and portable and affordable and keeps government from getting in between us and our doctors. And we will pass a simple flat tax. So that every American can fill out our taxes on a postcard. And when we do that, we should abolish the IRS. We're going to rein in the EPA and the federal regulators who have descended like locusts on small businesses, killing jobs all across the United States. And we're going to stop amnesty and secure the borders and end sanctuary cities and end welfare benefits for those here. Let me tell you what's going to happen to you all. We're going to see millions and millions of new high-paying jobs. We're going to see jobs coming back to America, coming back from Mexico, coming back from China. We're going to see wages rising again all across America. We're going to see young people coming out of school filled with hopes, filled with dreams, with 2, 3, 4, 5 job offers. We'll see mourning in America. The second critical issue in this election is freedom. You know, just a few weeks ago, with the passing of Justice Scalia, it underscored the stakes of this election for everyone. It is not just one, but 2 branches of government that hang in the balance. We are one liberal justice away from a radical five-justice left-wing majority, the likes of which this country never seen. We are one justice away from the Supreme Court stripping religious liberty from millions of Americans across the country. We are one justice away from the Supreme Court effectively erasing the Second Amendment from the Bill of Rights. And we are one justice away from the Supreme Court making us subject to the authority of the World Court and the United Nations and international law. Now, you know, 2 debates ago, Hugh Hewitt asked all of us a question about the Supreme Court and religious liberty. And Donald Trump turned and he said, Ted, I've known a lot more politicians than you. Well, in that, he's clearly correct. Donald Trump has been supporting liberal Democratic politicians for 40 years. I have no experience. But Donald continued, he said, Ted, when it comes to religious liberty, when it comes to the Supreme Court, we've got to learn. You've got to learn, he said, to cut deals with the Democrats and go along to get along. Let me be very, very clear here, members of Colorado. I will not compromise away your religious liberty. Compromise away your Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. The third critical issue in this election is security. For 7 years, we've seen a president who abandons our friends and allies and shows weakness and appeasement to our enemies. Now again, 2 debates ago, Donald Trump explained, if he were president, he would be neutral between Israel and the Palestinians. Let me be very, very clear. As president, I will not be neutral. America will stand unapologetically with the nation of Israel. And you know, anyone who can't tell the difference between our friends and enemies, anyone who can't tell the difference between Israel and Islamic terrorists who want to kill us, that raises real questions about their fitness and judgment to be commander-in-chief. For 7 years, we've seen our military weak. We've seen readiness undermined. We've seen morale of our troops plummet. And you know what, as a nation, we've seen this before. We've had another left-wing Democratic president, Jimmy Carter, who similarly weakened and undermined our military. And then in January 1981, Ronald Reagan came along. And what did Reagan do? He cut taxes, he lifted regulations, he saw small businesses take off, millions of new jobs. It generated trillions in new government revenue, and he used that revenue to rebuild the military, and we bankrupted the Soviet Union and won the Cold War. I intend to do the exact same thing with radical Islamic terrorists. We're going to repeal Obamacare, pass a flat tax, rein in the regulators, stop amnesty, and we're going to see millions and millions of new high-paid jobs, wages rising all across America. We will defeat radical Islamic terrorism. We'll have a president willing to utter the words radical Islamic terrorism. You know, one of the saddest things we've seen over the last 7 years has been this president sending our fighting men and women into combat with rules of engagement so strict that their arms are tied behind their back that they cannot fight, they cannot win, they cannot defeat the enemy. That is wrong. It is immoral, and mark my word, on January 2017, it will end. America has always been reluctant to use military force. We are slow to anger. We believe in peace through strength. But if and when military force is needed, we should use overwhelming force, kill the enemy, and then get the heck out. So let's talk a little politics. This has been a remarkable year. I will say this, it has been more. A year ago, as Republicans, we started with 17 candidates, an amazingly talented, diverse, young, dynamic people. What a contrast with the Democrats. You know, the Democratic field consists of a wild-eyed socialist with ideas that are dangerous for America and the world, and Bernie Sanders. And I will say this, you know, Hillary is looking to move back into 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. I've kind of got different government and housing in mind for her. But in the course of this year, the primary did what the primary is supposed to do. It narrowed the field. It narrowed the field. So we now effectively have a two-person race. There are two and only two candidates who have any plausible path to winning the Republican nomination. And I want to thank the people of Colorado because y'all have been a part of something incredible that has happened over the last 3 weeks. Let's go back to 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, the state of Utah voted, and we won Utah with 69% of the vote. We won every single one of Utah's 40 delegates. Then 2 weeks later, the state of North Dakota voted at their convention. Of the declared delegates, we won 18. Donald Trump won 1. Now, 18 to 1, I'll take that ratio any day of the week. Then just a few days later, that it was perfect for us to lose if we were down 10 3 weeks ago. Well, on election day, we won a landslide with 48% of the vote. That's 3 elections in a row. But then here in Colorado, y'all have had 7 elections in the past week. In each of the 7 congressional districts, we've had a separate election. Collectively, those 7 elections have elected 21 delegates, and of those 21 delegates, Together we won all 20. Across this state who say we will stand for liberty. And because of those 7 victories, here's a story that the national media is not really reporting. In 3 weeks, in 10 elections in a row, we have beaten Donald Trump. To say in 11 elections in a row, we thank you for being here. I want to thank you for your passion, your commitment to this country. As you know, we have a slate of delegates. They're wonderful people who are running for delegate. I want to thank everyone who's here running for a delegate, whether you're running for a delegate to support me or someone else. I want to thank you for your passion for our country. We have a slate of delegates that is led by our state chairman, Ken Buck. The slate is up there behind me on the board, and it is also really, really subtly displayed on these shocking bright orange shirts everywhere you go. Look, there's no prizes for subtlety of politics. We thought about faith, and somehow it didn't show up quite as well as convention. That's true. Okay, that was exactly why we did it for the Broncos. I may not be the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I can at least take a hint. But let me say, it is all of us here together. If we continue to stand united, we are going to win this Republican election. And if we continue to stand united, we are going to win the general election. We're going to win the state of Colorado. We're going to beat Hillary Clinton, and we are going to turn this country around. It took Jimmy Carter to give us our own way. And I am convinced the most long-lasting legacy of Barack Obama is going to be a new generation of leaders in the Republican Party who stand and fight for freedom, who stand and fight for the Constitution, and who stand and fight for the Judeo-Christian values that
We'll resume here in a minute when things calm down just a little bit through the stage. Convention come to order, please. This morning, I asked you to do three things for me. One of them was to respect candidates when they come across the stage. Now, I realize that was a very significant half hour, but that doesn't take away from the fact that we have two more gentlemen who are going to come here to Colorado to talk on behalf of other candidates. So I would very much like your time, attention, and respect as I bring out Amy Stevens, who will introduce Senator John Kasich, who runs the John Kasich campaign. So Senator, the Honorable Amy Stevens.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hey, thank you. Thank you all very much for being here. My name is John Kasich. I'm not from around here. I'm from New Hampshire. I served in the U.S. Senate. I served in the House of Representatives. Today I'm here to talk about my great friend, Governor John Kasich. Why I believe he's going to be experienced traditional leadership to be the next president of the United States. But first, I want to start by thanking everyone who's here today for participating in this process. We do not do this quite the same way in New Hampshire. And thanks to all of you who participated yesterday. I went to 3 different congressional district delegate elections. I spoke on a chair in the courtyard. I had a microphone taken away from me. But it was fantastic. That's what this process should be about. Letting your voice be heard. Standing up to the candidates you believe in. So thanks everyone here for participating in that process. budget committee, and he was my budget committee chairman. I saw in John Kasich the kind of leader I wanted to be. He was tough. He was conservative. He was a fighter. He fought his leadership. He fought his party. He fought his friends when he knew he was doing the right thing. And the thing he wanted to do more than anything else in America was balance our federal budget. Today people don't even talk as much as they should about balancing the budget because no one believes we can do it. 20 years ago, no one believed John Kasich could do it then. But he knew it was important. He fought. He helped balance the budget, and he did it while cutting taxes for the first time in 40 years. He has fought every day of his life for you, for taxpayers, for freedom, to take money and power out of Washington. He may not be the best speech giver in the world, I know I am not, but he has achieved success. And in my mind, that's a true conservative. Someone says, I'm going to cut taxes, and they cut taxes. Someone says, I'm going to balance the budget, and they balance the budget. And that is the story of John Kasich's life. So in 2000, more than 15 years ago, John Kasich left politics. It balanced the budget. America was running a surplus. We cut taxes. We reformed welfare. We took money and power out of Washington. He had accomplished exactly what he wanted to do. And he wasn't going to just hang around and hang around. He left politics. He goes to the private sector for 10 years. And he was happy there. He didn't expect to come back into politics. But his state of Ohio was suffering. Job losses, an $8 billion deficit. So John Kasich stepped up. He came back to support his state in trouble. And he came back with the kind of vision that we need in America right now. Balance our budget. Why do we want to balance the budget? Because it's your money. Because we're $19 trillion in the hole. Because if someone isn't willing to take tough political decisions, not just make speeches about it, it's never going to happen. John Kasich knows that. We need to cut taxes. Money is power. The more money we give to Washington, the more power they have. The more we leave in your pocketbook, the more money you have. We need to cut taxes for individuals. John Kasich wants to take the top rate down to 28%. Why? Because if it was good enough for Ronald Reagan, it would be good enough for us today. And then we take the money and the power out of Washington. John Kasich wants to take 100 education programs out of Washington, give it back to the states, and let us decide how to manage education right here in our hometowns and cities and states. He wants to take, John Kasich will take all our job training programs, Medicaid, highway funding out of Washington, bring it back here to Colorado, bring it back to New Hampshire, let you invest the money for your state, your city, and your town. That's the key to taking power away from Washington. Get the money out of there. Seeing is believing. I'll say it again. It's not about making a great speech. It's about getting it done. Everywhere John Kasich has gone, he has cut taxes, he's balanced budgets, and he's restored hope and opportunity to the economy. What did he do in Ohio? He took an $8 billion surplus, a deficit, turned it into a $2 billion surplus. He cut taxes in Ohio. $5 billion in tax cuts in Ohio, more than any other governor in America. And he created jobs, rolling back regulations of small businesses, creating 400,000 jobs in Ohio, and bringing back jobs from China and Mexico. That's the story of job creation and opportunity that everyone in America can learn about. So look, this is about vision, about having a plan, about having a track record and experience. That's what equally important, he is by far the strongest candidate we can elect in a general election. John Kasich won Ohio by more than 20 points, a critical swing state. Ladies and gentlemen, we all are here for one reason, that's to beat Hillary Clinton in November. No matter how strongly we're united, no matter how deeply we're committed to that idea, we cannot do it unless we win Ohio, unless we win Colorado, unless we win New Hampshire. These are the key states, and John Kasich will win Colorado, he'll win New Hampshire, and he'll beat Hillary's brains out in Ohio. We're all together here today. You're going to choose your delegates to the National Convention, and no one is going to go to that convention with the majority of votes. So what's going to happen? All Republican delegates are going to get together in Cleveland, and they're going to have one question in front of them. Who's the strongest leader we can elect? Who has the vision and the experience to do the job? Doesn't need on-the-job training, can do it today. Who has a track record of success? And who's going to beat Hillary Clinton in November? Ladies and gentlemen, that individual is John Kasich. I ask you this. You're going to choose the delegates. But make sure you choose delegates that understand, as Republicans in Cleveland, we've got to get together. We've got to unify behind that candidate that will win. We've got to unify behind a candidate that will make the Republican Party proud. We've got to unify behind a candidate that will win not just nationally, but in states like New Hampshire or Ohio, where the United States Senate will also be on the line. Pick delegates that will make you proud, that'll make Colorado proud, that'll make New Hampshire proud, that'll make the Republican Party proud, and that will make America proud. Delegates that will elect a Republican president of the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Sanu. It is a pleasure to have a great politician, a great Republican from New Hampshire visit us here in Colorado. Now, we also have the pleasure today of having Stephen Miller with us. Stephen Miller is the Senior Policy Advisor for the Donald Trump campaign. So please, your attention and respect for Stephen Miller, Senior Policy Advisor for Donald Trump.
Chance to say this last night, but I want to say it again, which is that Chairman House is a shining symbol of what makes Colorado such an amazing state. I'm going to ask everyone in the audience a question, and I want you to answer with as much loudness and conviction as you can, so all the special interests and lobbyists in D.C. can hear you. Do you think the United States of America needs to secure its border? I've worked in D.C. for the last 10 years, and I have seen time after time after time, and we read about another innocent American who's lost their life to our open border. Washington does nothing. Let me ask you all a question. This summer, when Kate Steinle was murdered in San Francisco, did Washington rise to her family's defense? When millions of Americans lost their jobs to illegal immigration, did Washington rise to their defense? That's because the special interests in D.C., who have controlled our political process for 40 years, they don't care about you, they don't care about your family, and they don't care about your security. It is
some very heavy material, but I feel it is morally necessary to share it with you. I'm going to read you all, and I hope you'll listen closely, some letters that I received from parents who lost their children to illegal immigrant violence. I'm going to read them because these parents are the real people living in the shadows. In Washington, D.C., they say we have 12 million illegal immigrants living in the shadows. The real people living in the shadows are the moms and dads who buried their children because of our open border, and Washington did not shed a tear for them. Here's another I received from Dan Goldbach. He lost his only son, named Spencer Goldbach. They're both musicians, they play music together all the time. I've had the chance to speak to Dan on the phone. His love for his son is beyond what you can describe in words. He's now a heartbroken man because his country has betrayed the American people. He writes, my 25-year-old American son was a small business owner who employed 9 people. He was randomly gunned down at a red light by a 4-time deported illegal immigrant with a 15-year violent parachute. The Dem and Republican establishment serve only their lawless, cheap, labor-loving donors. Mr. Trump is the only candidate that is not shackled to donors. Mr. Trump took the time to meet my son's mother and I. The plutocracy and the media are going to do everything they can to try to stop Mr. Trump, which is why it's so important for us Americans to stand with him. Mr. Trump could be living the easy life, but instead he chose to roll up his sleeves to enter this war on our behalf. From the heart of a grieving father, please stand with Donald Trump. Again, I am sharing these letters today because these Americans deserve a voice, and I am going to give it to them today. Bill Inman lost his son, Justin Inman, to an illegal immigrant. His wife has been left permanently handicapped and unable to walk. He writes, on June 16th, Donald Trump announced he was running for president and opening his campaign on the issue of illegal immigration. That was 15 years after losing my son, Dustin. An illegal alien crashed our stopped car at a red light, crushing it like an accordion. 16 years later, my wife is still unable to walk. The killer still has not been held accountable. I truly believe Donald Trump wants America and Americans to be respected by putting America first. Let's take a moment again and send a message from this arena to every special interest in D.C. who's kept our border open and put innocent American lives at risk. Do we believe here in this arena today that the United States must put the security of the American people first? This next letter is from Mary Ann Mendoza. She's the mother of Sergeant Brandon Mendoza. Sergeant Brandon Mendoza was like an action hero. The children in the community looked up to him. He was a community leader, respected by all. She writes, my son, Sergeant Brandon Mendoza of the Mesa, Arizona Police Department, was killed on May 12th in a tragic head-on collision. May 11th was Mother's Day. Brandon had been at my home earlier in the day celebrating with me. She asked that she had no idea it would be the last time she would ever see her son. He was hit in a head-on collision by an illegal alien who had been traveling for 35 miles in the wrong direction. She writes that my son was so badly hurt, it took the fire department over an hour and a half to get him out of the car. The driver was Raul Silva Corona, an illegal alien with a blood alcohol level 3 times the legal limit who was high on meth. He was an illegal repeat criminal who had been drinking all day, doing meth, fighting with his wife, and driving all over town. In 1994, this illegal alien driver pled guilty to criminal conspiracy in Adams County, Colorado. But a deal was struck in which prosecutors dismissed the more serious charges of burglary, assaulting an officer, and leaving the scene of an criminal aliens? And now this mother lost her son, and she concludes, I'm asking you to stand with me, a mother of a police officer killed by illegal alien with a criminal record in the state of Colorado. Will you stand strong with all the moms and dads who have lost their children because of our open border? I am proud to announce today that we have received the endorsement of America's 17,000 Border Patrol officers who have worked with their long-standing tradition of not endorsing politicians. 17,000 Border Patrol agents have endorsed Donald J. Trump. In the letter from the Border Patrol agents, they say, we don't need another person who has the perfect Washington tone, and certainly not another establishment politician in the White House. Indeed, the fact that people are more upset about Mr. Trump's tone than the destruction wrought by open borders tells us everything we need to know about the corruption in Washington. The Border Patrol agents continue. We need a person in the White House who doesn't fear the media, who doesn't embrace political correctness, who doesn't need the money, who is pro-military, who values law enforcement, and who is not subservient to the interests of other nations. Donald Trump, they write, is such a man. The border agents continue. Again, this is from 17,000 Border Patrol agents. They continue. Trump is opposed by the established powers because they know he is the only candidate who actually threatens the established powers. They continue. You can judge a man on his motives. All the people responsible for the problems plaguing America today are opposing Mr. Trump. It is those without power the border agents rank. The workers, the law officers, the everyday families and community members who are supporting Mr. Trump. It is the powerless who are standing up behind Mr. Trump. The people who have no franchise in Washington, D.C. Shocking statistics for you. Do you know that every single year, that for every one student who graduates from high school in Colorado, 25 new immigrants district attorney for the 18th Judicial District. I want to tell you about that. The 18th Judicial District, the best judicial district, has 4 awesome and, oh my goodness, I hope loud counties. One of those counties is Lincoln County, right back here. That's half the people that live in Lincoln right there. Thank you. Another one of the awesome counties is Eller County, right over here. Another tremendous county is Arapahoe County, right over here. And then there's my home of the last 2 decades, where my wife sits now, Douglas County, Colorado, right here. Because it is also an honor to nominate Joy Hoffman, the National Committee woman. I tell you this as someone who 4 years ago got off a plane from a sandy dump of a place called Iraq and thought to himself, I'm going to run for district attorney in the most populous jurisdiction in the state. A guy who's never held political office before, who ran against 3 other well-funded, well-qualified Republicans, who was able to claw his way to a nomination only to face the best-funded, best-loved Democratic jurisdiction it's ever seen. And the reason I get to stand here before you today as the elected district attorney is because the people that helped get me over that goal line included Joy Hoffman as chairwoman of the Arapahoe County Party. That's right. Thank you. I love Joy. Now listen, for those of you that are new, I saw the hands when President Cadman asked about 40-50% of you that are new. You asked, what does this committee woman do for us? Well, this committee woman travels 6,000 feet downhill and 1,600 miles from here to represent us to the RNC, and I tell you why that's important in this election. For too long, we have seen across the country the idea that the RNC needs someone to represent them to us. And that is not the Colorado way. We want a representative to represent us to them, and to make sure our values are the ones on display at the Republican National Convention. Now you might ask too, well, who's Joy? Aside from the chairwoman of the Arapahoe County Republican Party, you know Joy has been in the oil and gas business. She's been a landman, which is a funny term for a woman, a landman. She has been a mother, a tremendous job, and the hardest job in any family, the most important job in any family. And I say this because mine is up here in the rafters. Wife. She's been a wife and a tremendous one. But she's also been a volunteer all the way up to chairwoman of the Republican Party. She's a fighter. And that's what we need here, is a fighter at the RNC, a fighter for a delegate for us. I have joy in my heart. I ask you to find joy on your ballot and vote for Joy Hoffman for National Committee. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, fellow delegates, and more importantly, fellow Republicans. As chairman of the Arapahoe County Republicans and chair of chairs of the State Executive Board, Joy Hoffman has been a staunch advocate for both small and large counties throughout the state. Joy Hoffman is a strong voice to champion our conservative values. It is my pleasure as a delegate from Mason County, western slope of this great state, to second the nomination of Joy Hoffman for the National Committee.
Fellow Republicans, I'm Jeff Hayes, and I am proud to be a delegate from El Paso County. And I am honored to second the nomination of my friend and my colleague, Joy Hoffman.
Good afternoon, everyone. want to take the opportunity to thank District Attorney Butler, Chairman Andrews, and Chairman Hayes, and thank you for your very gracious words. I've got to know so many of you over the last 2 years as I have traveled the state of Colorado. I have done so in my position as chair of chairs, and this position has allowed me to mentor the county chairs and their parties, and you, the conservative activists in this state. I've had the privilege of working with many of you, encouraging you, tutoring you, mentoring, and standing side by side as we work for a common goal. I am a Republican volunteer, and I am not a paid person. I am a volunteer. And I must say that as I travel the state, one of the greatest trips I have is to go to Montevideo, and that's in Rio Grande County, and stop at the Sunflower Bakery. Thank you, Mr. Radcliffe and Mr. Gray. And I'd like you to know that that has contributed to so many of these waistlines that are all county putting on. And I am a proud wife and mother, and I am proud of my family and our roots in Colorado. I fell in love with the process of elections very early. I have participated in races from the local to the presidential levels. And I have made phone calls, I have blogged, I've come to the nurture, and I have engaged in conversations with all kinds of people, living in all kinds of places. I am proud, very proud, that I do not pick and choose candidates. Primaries are healthy, and an even playing field for every candidate is the most important thing that we do. I am proud that I can organize and galvanize my fellow Republicans as you see here to watch and protect our votes, from the delivery of the ballot to the voter to observing and serving poll watchers. My team has worked to protect the rights of all people to vote at a vote center without the fear of intimidation or harassment. No one, not me, should ever have to walk a block of screaming, harassing mobs, causing them to be afraid to exercise their greatest constitutional and American obligation, that to vote. I really felt that my time is over, but I would like to tell you my name is John, and I am a National Committee woman because I think it is key that somebody speak for you and not for the paid politicians or the paid lobbyists, but for every single one of you in the audience. Thank you. My name is John.
Join off the stage is now in place in nominations for National Committee Woman. Chair recognizes Sue Sharkey, Marty Nielsen for the purpose of addressing the Assembly and the nomination of Lily Nunez for National Committee Woman. Stated earlier, Lily Nunez is not present today and will be nominated in absentia. So please give a warm welcome to Sue Sharkey and Marty Nielsen.
Good afternoon. This is a great day here in Colorado Springs. I'm here today to nominate
my good friend, Lily Nunez, for the position of National Committee Woman. Lily is a tireless worker. When I was president of the Colorado Federation of Republican Women, there were many times when we would drive together across the state of Colorado to attend CFRW meetings and meetings Lily had with county officials. Very, very important. Lily has a wonderful personality, always smiling. Lily listens to everyone and follows through on concerns and requests. Lily is very respected now at RNC. She has served on several important committees and currently serves on the RNC Committee on Arrangements, where she will oversee the planning and logistics of the Republican National Convention in Cleveland. Lily is a founding member of the Republican National Committee Conservative Caucus. She is pro-life, pro-gun, and pro-traditional marriage. Lily is married to former state representative John Kasich. They have 4 great kids and 10 beautiful grandchildren. I know this, I've met them all. Unfortunately, as Chairman House explained, due to a death of Lily's brother, she is unable to be with us today. So please welcome back Regent Sue Sharp, who will give remarks and speak for Lily Nunez. Please vote for Lily Nunez, National Committee. Thank you. Thank you, Marty. As said, Lily is not here to speak her own words, and I hope I can do justice when I speak her words for her on her behalf. It has been an honor to represent you on the Republican National Committee as Colorado's National Committee Woman. Thank you for allowing me to serve you in this position. Your support has meant a lot to me. I am running for re-election, and I respectfully ask for your vote. Thank you for your service to our great party, the Republican Party, the party of opportunity. I want to congratulate you on having been elected a delegate or an alternate in the Colorado State Assembly. Your participation in the political process indicates that you are a proven leader. You should all be proud to belong to a party filled with so many leaders who are all ready to stand up and fight for a better future for our children. We have a lot of new folks here today. For those of you who don't know me, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. In my other life, I was a military wife and an Air Force Academy mom. My husband Joe was a retired decorated Air Force officer. Our oldest son John is a graduate of the Air Force Academy. He flew as a pilot while serving in the Air Force, and one of his assignments was as a pilot for Air Force 2. We are a
do our part. We have to unite and come together and support our Republican candidate, whoever it may be. We can make a difference and build a better future for our America. It starts now, and it starts with you and me. I would appreciate your vote. Thank you for all that you do for our party. God bless you all. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mike Powell, Larry Crowder, and Sally Clark for the purpose of addressing the Assembly and the nomination of Vera Oregon for National Committee.
How are we doing? Hanging in there? My name is John Kasich, and 6 years ago I had the privilege of standing on the stage and addressing this delegation as the Senate Minority Leader. It was an honor. And 4 years I had the privilege to stand up here and address you as the candidate for the National Republican Committee. And I won that race and simply to go serve on the National Republican Committee. 2 years ago I stood on the stage as the candidate for governor, and you helped me win this very assembly and put me on the top line. My next job was to go and win this primary and then go be Democrat in the general election. When I looked around at the people that I knew across the state of Colorado who would be consistent, trustworthy leaders, I knew I didn't have to look any farther than Vera Oregon. I will tell you this, Vera Oregon traveled thousands of miles across the state of Colorado. She was relentlessly in pursuit of advancing conservative principles. She understands that a party is a container for conservative ideas, not a container just so that people can remain in power. And believe me when I tell you this, as a National Republican Committee man, I stood very often with the grassroots and the minority, and I watched so many people go into the establishment. That is not who Vera Oregon is, and I will tell you this. She earned the nickname on our gubernatorial campaign. Do you want to know what we called her? We called her the Colombian Hurricane. Vera Oregon will not let you down. She's Mrs. Integrity. She is Mrs. Conservative. I could not be more thrilled to nominate Vera Oregon.
I have the great pleasure of taking you here
Bureau of State has been now placed into nominations for National Committee appointment. The Chair recognizes for the purposes of addressing the Assembly the nomination of Libby Zago for National Committee appointment. Libby Zago.
supplemental booklet has several sections. One is numerically, numerically, all the candidates that are running for national delegate. The subsequent sections have by presidential pledge who they are supporting. They are listed in alphabetical order. Ben Carson and his delegates that are pledged to him, Donald Trump, John Kasich, there's a section from Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz, and from those delegates that are unpledged. You may vote up to 26 individuals. What we are voting for today is 13 national delegates and 13 national alternates to the national convention. So simply vote for up to 26 delegates. Do not select more than 26. If you vote for more than 26, you will invalidate your ballot and you will get a replacement ballot. Be very, very careful and count carefully that you do not overvote more than 26 people. And it's perfectly acceptable not to vote all 26. If you just want to vote for one, that's perfectly acceptable. So once again, mark your choice by filling in gold to the left of your choice, black or blue ink pen. There are a number of ballots along the base of your ink pen and several along the concourse. If you spoil your ballot, go to the back table and get a replacement ballot. You must bring your ballot with you before you get a replacement ballot. Instructions to county chairs. You may now go back and give your ballot to your delegations. However, stop. You are not to pass out those ballots to your delegation until Chairman House gives you the instruction to do so. I will now ask the Chair Eller, Sergeant Barnes, will you please clear that area out in front of those tables in the back so the county chairs may gather their ballots. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge the following clerk reporters for assisting the self-teller training today. Stan Martin from Adams County.
Good afternoon, everyone. Walker Staples is your treasurer, and I'm back here in support of somebody that I think will be an invaluable voice for all of us at the national party level. He bravely ran the last election cycle against the infamous liberal Jared Polis. And all of us can wish that he sent Jared back. He did get more votes than any congressional calendar in the country running
to the United States Constitution, to our values, to his family, and to God. George is absolutely the best candidate for RNC National Committee. And where are my friends at CD5? Are you out there at CD5? You might remember from yesterday that I'm somebody who cares about the rules. George is a man who will stand up to make sure that this nomination process is fair to all the candidates. And ladies and gentlemen, that's why I give you my full support, and I'm honored to introduce you to your Republican National Committee man, George Lang.
Colorado Republicans, delegates, friends, family, and conservatives, surrounded by my supporters and with a strong faith in God, I am honored to accept the nomination to continue as the Republican National Committee. Since late last year, I've had the honor of representing you before the Republican National Committee. I've worked hard to familiarize myself with the rules and regulations of the party, and I've kept my election promise to keep the state central committee up to date on the goings on at the national party. I believe that transparency and fairness should be core values of the RNC, and it is my job to be available to all of you. So I've been traveling across the state to Lincoln dinners, county assemblies, and other political meetings, as well as to go to counties large and small, urban and rural throughout Colorado. I promise and pledge to continue to represent you and to seek your input and be your voice in the national party. The truth is, it's kind of amazing when you think about it that I'm right here speaking to you today. You see, my parents were immigrants. Now, they were legal immigrants, so remember that. They came to this country just after World War II. They came before the rise of Mao and the communists. So I can realize how different my life would have been had they not taken that courageous move to come to America. I was right at that point, right when the Cultural Revolution was happening, and I probably would have been one of those children they would have grabbed to parade around, holding the little red book, and being a propaganda material for the Communist Party. So instead, you see me here today, asking for your vote to be re-elected as the National Committee, and I'm so proud to be able to be here to say that. The Republican Party, a party that stands for our Constitution, has freedom of speech, freedom of religion, the right to bear arms, and to have government stay out of our daily lives. Now, I tell you this because when I tell you that I stand for our Constitution and I support the platform of our Republican Party, it's a lot more than just a campaign slogan. Now, I have a deep appreciation for the principles of the Republican Party, rooted in the rule of law, of fairness and openness, which brings me to an important issue that I'd like to say today. Now, there's been a lot of concern in our ranks about the National Convention and how rules might be changed by party leaders, party insiders, and that individual candidates could be treated unfairly. Now, you should remember that the convention belongs to each of you. It's about you through the delegates that you will elect today. While those delegates have a right to choose the rules that they're governed by, there are standing rules, and I will continue to stand and not allow those rules to be changed at the last minute to favor or disfavor individual candidates. The bottom line is that we have to continue to work together and come away from Cleveland as a party united. Let's not forget the real goal, and that's in November. We have a chance to take back the White House and start to heal our country after 8 years of Barack Obama. We have to have the ability to name the next Supreme Court justice to keep a conservative majority, and we can keep the Senate and the House in Republican hands. I'm really a glass half full kind of guy, and what I see out there is a chance for us, for the first time in a long time, to be able to hold all three branches of government.
Let's win this election for the Constitution, for freedom, and for America. Thank you all. My name is George Lang. I ask for your vote and your support. God bless you all, and God bless America. Thank you guys. Hello, fellow Republicans. I see everyone here standing up for liberty today. I want to say George is a great man and a great candidate. The best way to explain why I'm up here was right. If you are wondering right now, you're looking at me and saying, who is this guy? I want to tell a story. I was playing tag with my daughter in our backyard, and everyone knows the rules for tag, right? You tag once, and you're in. And then it's your turn, and you go and try to tag the other people. I tagged her once and she said, no, Daddy. She said, the way we play is you have to tag twice before you're in. So she changed the rules on the fly. So we played and she was in, I got her twice. And then she came and I tagged her finally. Once. But she missed me the second time and she tagged me, excuse me. And she said, no, Daddy, we need to change the rules. If you tag once, that's it. So what we've seen is the establishment in 2012 in Tampa change the rules to benefit Romney. They want to change the rules to benefit their guy again. We have to put a stop to it. We have to fight this. We need people that will make bold moves, that will support rules that are fair as Republicans. We cannot change the rules every 4 years. Our candidates run elections. They run this primary season under these rules, and they need to stay in place. We cannot allow this to be hijacked by people who did not go through the process, who cannot get to 1237. That's why I'm here today. If you want to know a little bit about me, I believe in 100% of the Constitution, 100% of the time, and I believe that you have to make bold moves to roll back 100 years of progressive policies that are destroying this country. George is a great man. He's worked very hard, but I also believe that we need to fight. We need to fight the rule changes if they're going to try to put other names other than those who are already in the nomination. If they want to change the rules, they can do it next cycle. When everyone knows the rules ahead of time, and we treat everyone fairly
or whether we return to the days where they hide from their students and are protected under tenure. Heidi Ganal is a successful business entrepreneur, a wife, a mother, and most important, to winning this race and maintaining a majority, a Republican majority on the CU Board of Regents. Like me, Heidi Ganal is a graduate from the University of Colorado and is a conservative Republican.
Not quite.
It is an honor for me to place in nomination the name of Heidi Ganal as our Republican candidate to the CU Board of Regents.
Thank you, Congressman Kaufman. My name is Sue Sharkey, and I currently serve on the CU Board of Regents in the 4th Congressional District of Colorado. Go CD4! Hey, how many of y'all think that we need some conservative leaders and some conservative voices at the University of Colorado? I agree. Heidi Ganal is that conservative voice that will maintain our majority at CU. I am grateful that I have been able to serve the last 5 years on this board with that conservative majority. And on stage here are my colleagues, Glenn Gallegos, John Carson, Kyle Hibble, and Regent Steve Bosley. Heidi Ganal will be running out large for the position that Steve Bosley is certainly no longer will be able to serve, and I want to thank him for his service for 2 terms on that board of regents. And it is because that we have a majority on that board that we have Nate Brown as the university president. It is because of that majority on the board that we have currently Bruce Benson, Republican Bruce Benson, on our board. I want to make sure that the next president of our university represents those same conservative principles that those last 2 universities represented. We need political diversity. We need intellectual diversity at CU. And with those Republican majority, we have been able to make progress. Her opponent, all she cares about is climate change. She thinks the most important issue at our university is that we ought to divest from fossil fuels. What do y'all think? You want to divest from fossil fuels? I don't think so. So please, welcome Heidi Ganal, and I will second her nomination to the Board of Regents. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Gregory Carlson, and I'm a former president of the College of Government at the University of Colorado Boulder. Now, my friends can be a little bit hot sometime, you might think. However, today's vote, for the 4th time in 6 years, a conservative student government was elected unanimously at the University of Colorado Boulder. The College of Pelicans that I talked to and try to persuade are going to vote in 20 presidential elections. And we have an incredible candidate to serve on the Board of Regents. And I ask you personally, as your campaign manager, that we close this nomination today with your vote. Our opponent is going to use outside of the state resources to try to turn CU's investments into political footballs. And we need to let the state of Colorado know that that is not something that we are prepared to tolerate. Heidi is an incredible, intelligent, articulate business success story that will bring those values to the university. Please will you join me with your vote for Heidi Ganal for Senior Regent, and I am honored to introduce you to the next Senior Regent, Heidi Ganal.
Cheerleaders, give it up for the cheerleaders!
knew what ones were anything this class, I remember 6 doors down from me, with Peyton and Eli Manning